I'm going to give the 60-second warning to start the meeting. I assume they could hear that out there. Everybody got quiet. Maybe I should have used it 30 seconds. Go ahead and let's start that meeting. I don't know if we're recording or not. We are.
Recording in progress.
There you go. Welcome everybody to the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors special meeting, and this is our workshop. And so let's get started with our call to order, which I just did, and let's do a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and call order in the way in which we are seated here. So I'll start with Director Mekachuk.
Present.
Alternate Director Showalter.
Here.
Director Chua.
Here.
Mohan.
Here.
Rennie.
Did you say Rennie?
Yes.
Here.
Thank you. Tyson.
Here.
Walia.
Here.
Klein.
Here.
Meadows.
Here.
Scozola.
Here.
Schmidt.
Here.
And Director Way. I see you making your way over there. Thank you so much. And we do have a quorum of the board.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrea. Let's now move on to public comment on matters not on the agenda, and you'll note that this is a study session on clean power standards and reporting. Do we have any public that wishes to speak here in the room? He's not making eye contact, so I'm going to say no. How about online? No. All right, very good. In that case, let's move it on to the regular calendar, item number 1, which is a study session. And I do believe it's Monica Padilla, COO, and Director of Power Resources, and Maren Wenzel, Senior Manager of Energy Policy and Regulatory Analysis. Take it away.
Good evening. Welcome to, I think, what is our first study session for sure of 2023, not of ever. Happy to be here tonight with you guys to talk about a very important topic, which is what is clean? What is clean energy, and how do we measure it? How do we report it? And what are we thinking about in the future in terms of clean energy? So tonight's study session is really intended to be really a conversation, an opportunity for you all to ask us questions, to go kind of deep into some technical aspects if we want to, or just even stay really high on just where we want to go with SVCE and how we deliver a clean and reliable product in the future. For the most part, Marin will be presenting. As Director Tyson or Chair Tyson said, Marin is our Senior Manager of Energy Regulatory and Policy Analysis. Marin's responsible for a whole bunch of things in the organization, including being the interface with the California Public Utility Commission for us, and so she works really closely with our compliance team and our front office team to make sure that we are compliant and that we're understanding the rules that the CPUC puts in front of us, and to the extent that we're able to advocate on behalf of SVC and other CCAs. Marin is also the key person who led our last integrated resource plan. So she's quite familiar with our portfolio and how we plan to meet our greenhouse gas emission reductions as required by the state law and all the other mandates we have. So I will hand it over to Marin. I might interject here and there, but feel free to ask us any questions at any point. We hope that this is a discussion. There is no question that's not a good question, so ask us anything. Hopefully you won't stump us. We have Benna here too as our lead legislative, whatever her position is. But anyway, any questions you have on I'm terrible with titles. Everybody has to remind me all the time what their title is. But of course, you all know Benna. She leads our legislative and government affairs. She tracks legislative bills for us all the way through approval, and then helps us make sure that we understand them and implement them as well. So any question you have, hopefully one of the three of us can answer. If not, Garish is here, and we have a bunch of staff people here in the audience as well. So I will hand it to Marin.
Okay, thanks, Monica. Hopefully everybody can hear me. So as Monica mentioned, our goal today is really to talk about clean accounting standards, which maybe isn't super exciting, but hopefully we can make it somewhat interesting. I want to start by taking a few minutes to talk about the existing regulatory accounting mechanisms that we have in place and sort of address some of the shortcomings that exist with them today. And then we can also start talking a little bit about some alternate options that SVC can explore going forward in how we might want to measure our clean standards for the organization. As Monica said, feel free to jump in with questions or comments as we go. But with that, I'll get started. Okay, perfect. So before we jump into the clean standards, I did want to just level set and remind people a little bit about how SVC functions in the CAISO market itself. So as a reminder, SVC is both a supplier to the CAISO market and a purchaser from the CAISO market. And I think the metaphor that Monica's used with you all in the past is that you can think of the grid as sort of a big swimming pool. And so at any given moment, our supply is pouring some water into that swimming pool, and our customers are pulling some water out of that swimming pool. And an important thing about that is that we don't necessarily have to supply the exact same amount of energy that our customers are pulling from the grid at any given time. So we can get some of the benefits of the market by allowing them to optimize and make sure that the supply and demand on the grid is being met in real time. Jumping into the regulatory, or really the existing accounting mechanisms. So a couple things to highlight here. First of all, in general, the compliance and regulatory mechanisms that I have to deal with on my end really start on Benna's side of the equation. So generally, there's going to be some legislation that comes through from either the Assembly or the Senate, and that legislative bill is going to be converted into a regulatory or compliance mechanism that we then have to follow. So as it exists today, there's a number of things that we have to do. We'll talk a little bit in more detail about some of these later on, but the important thing to take away here is that the various methodologies that exist today are all done at an annual level. So the power content label looks at our annual emissions of CO2 on a per megawatt hour basis. In the RPS world, we're looking at an annual RPS emissions. once again on an annual basis. And all of these have different sort of pros and cons. Like I said, we'll talk a little bit more about the PCL in a bit, but that's a place where the way the accounting works, you can actually sort of lose some dirty power that nobody's reporting. The RPS structure has some real benefits to it, and it's done a lot of good for the state, but it ignores the value of carbon-free resources like hydro and nuclear. So very quickly, we can talk a little bit about where SVCE is today. So what we do right now is we fill our RPS obligation with both short and long-term RPS contracts. You'll see in this graph that we have an increasing amount of long-term RPS. A lot of that is because the PPAs are starting to come online. And then the delta between our RPS goals and our total load is made up with carbon-free resources. So that's that large hydro and nuclear. Did want to jump in a little bit further on the power content label, because I know that that's of interest to a few folks. So this is just an example of the type of compliance reporting we have to do. So our 2022 power content label is posted here. A couple things to note on the power content label is that really each LSC has to provide this. We have standard practices on exactly how we have to fill it out, but you have some sort of what we think of as negative outcomes from the way the PCL is structured. So one, you can have entities that have a lot of dirty gas effectively push that gas off their power content label so that it doesn't get reported. On our end, we actually are also, in effect, underreporting our RPS contribution. If you look here, and it's probably hard to see, we only report about 45% RPS, when in reality, our RPS contribution is actually higher than that. But the way we're required to report it, we essentially lose some of that clean energy. And then, of course, we also have changes to these reporting mechanisms over time. So a few years back, AB 1110 was put into place, which changed how we had to think about resources. And that's why today we have to report about 72 pounds of CO2 emissions per megawatt hour. And that's really primarily coming from the COSO geothermal plant. And I think we've talked to the board about that a little bit in the past, but what that is really a clean RPS eligible resource, but due to the changes in that bill, we now have to report emissions on it. And I think with that, Monica, I get to, some stuff that you're gonna talk about. Actually, it looks like a question.
Sorry, I've got a question on the COSO, the geothermal. That's a non-closed loop system, is that correct? And the reason why we've got emissions is because it's not closed loop.
Yeah, it's not closed loop. It's the traditional flash method of extracting steam into the turbine. The thing to note is that, like most geothermal, with the exception of the binary or the one that we visited some of us visited last week, the ORMAT project, is that traditional form of geothermal. And that emissions associated, the anthropogenic emissions associated with geothermal are the only ones that you really need to report, and they're pretty minor. The difference here is, the way we understand it, is that if there are sensors on the facility, then those reportable emissions, all those emissions have to be reported. And for this particular project, they are required to have sensors because of the location of the facility. And so there's a similar technology up in the Hillsburg area called the geysers. Same exact technology, no emissions reported from that facility. So it really has to do with the local air district board and the standards that they place there. So as Marin said, it is an RPS eligible resource, and the emissions, even though they look significant here, I mean, they look greater than zero, are really not that great relative to, natural gas or other resources that provide a base load source of electricity. So we've been trying to do some work to better understand if that's something that can be changed, but to our, we haven't made any progress there, and it's really something that is established by the Clean Area Resource Board, right? And then they pass those emissions on to the California Energy Commission, and then we report the emissions. So,
great, thank you.
sorry. So next slide. So if any of you visit our website and you scroll around or search on our website to see what are the product offerings that SVCE has, you see that there's basically two choices for SVCE or an opt-out choice. And so for us, the standard product is what we call Green Start. And Green Start is a 100% clean energy offering measured on an annual basis. And so that clean can be made up of RPS resources or renewable portfolio standard resources, or non-RPS resources such as nuclear and large hydro. We aim to be about 50% RPS, well above the state requirement on an annual basis, and we've been hitting that target roughly since we first launched in 2017. And then the rest is made up with these carbon-free resources. The thing to note here is that we offer this product, it's a better product than what PG&E traditionally has had, and we offer it at a slight discount to PG&E based on whatever the board decides the discount to be that year. If you decide to stay with SVCE, you also have an option to opt up into what we call Green Prime. And that's a 100% RPS product, also 100% clean on an annual basis. And it has the added feature that it's what's called a Green E certified resource or product. So we contract with an outside agency to verify that what we say we're selling is what we're selling. And that goes above and beyond kind of the current standard, which we have to do with Green Start as well. And so it gets this kind of consumer stamp of approval, have you. This product is offered at a rate premium relative to Green Start because we have to procure additional RPS resources and make sure that those RPS resources are Greenie certified or eligible as well. Oops. The thing to note here, and then the last option is, of course, you could leave SVCE and go to the incumbent utility or PG&E in our case. And it's really hard to say what their product offering is because it varies every year depending on what allocations they award to other CCAs like us or LSCs. But it has to be, their RPS has to be above the minimum state requirement. And so for the current calendar year, it's around 42% RPS. So it has to be at least that. And then to the extent that they haven't sold or allocated some of their other RPS resources or carbon-free resources, they get to count all of that as well. So right now, we're about the same as PG&E, roughly in the 40% range RPS, and because they have so much nuclear and hydro, they're not 100% clean, but they're pretty clean as well. So just to kind of summarize on some of the clean product challenges that we've been having. So, again, Green Start is our default product, and we've been signing long-term power purchase agreements and negotiating short-term RPS resources and clean resources and advocating for free allocations or allocations for PG&E to the extent we can. But some of those resources are going away in terms of allocations, and so we don't know how long PG&E will continue to offer us carbon-free resources on an allocation basis, but we think it's going to change starting at least in 2025 at a minimum. So we'll have to go back to the market and make sure that we can acquire those resources. And those carbon-free resources, along with the RPS resources, are in high demand and therefore very, very expensive. We've seen the RPS resources for this current calendar year kind of almost triple in price from where they were last year. So our ability to offer these clean products, whether it's Green Prime or Green Start, is becoming more of a challenge in terms of finding the resources at an affordable price. And then the other kind of challenge with offering products and messaging products is, of course, what Maren explained on the power content label. It may make sense, to us, but it doesn't make sense to the common consumer. I think when they see the power content label and they see emissions, they don't think clean. And then when they see the power content label and they see it side by side to PG&E's, they think PG&E is clear. But obviously you have to dig down a little deeper to really understand what's in the portfolio. So there's a little bit of confusion and challenges in messaging us being clean when this is what we have to report based on the law. So that's a challenge. And I think that was it for me, Maren.
Okay, so maybe I'll pause here just for a second because we've talked about where we are with different clean accounting systems that we have to adhere to for compliance purposes today. And now I want to switch tacks a little bit and talk about options for clean energy accounting going forward that are not currently state mandated. So I should check and see at this point, are there any questions about what we're doing today?
I have a quick question. I don't know about this, but I was reading something. It might be a dumb question, so forgive me. Is nuclear clean?
So nuclear is considered a carbon-free resource. So it's not RPS eligible. So for our RPS requirements, we can't count nuclear, but we do count it as a carbon-free resource. So when we get to SB 100 and we're trying to achieve that 100% carbon-free retail sales by 2045, nuclear is in that pool.
Oh, good. Because what I read is there are some mini nuclear that can power a portion of the city. It's not the big nuclear that we're used to, but these are mini ones that are being used in Europe. And I saw that, I said, oh, we're having a hard time getting, clean energy sources. Why not explore the mini nuclear?
Yeah, they're I think what you're referring to most likely, they're called small modular reactors, SMRs.
Yes.
And they're in very early stage development. I think
It
the
is.
first one in the US is being installed I think it's in Wyoming right now. But actually, this is the first IRP cycle where they're considering that as a candidate resource. So we might see it start to pop up in portfolios that are being considered for California going forward. I think the technology has a lot of room to grow, and in California, nuclear has always been a contested hot issue, but I actually think that folks are getting a little bit more comfortable with it than they were, for example, when Diablo Canyon was retired, or was originally announced for retirement several years ago. So yeah,
There's
it will
a
be.
lot of interest as far as what I read.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Good to know.
So, question over here, if I can. So, Green Start and Green Prime, those are the two offerings? Okay, and you talked about the price, obviously the RPS going up, but especially what is needed for the Green Prime. So, if there was all of a sudden, how often do we change the price for the Green Prime offering? And if there's all of a sudden a rush of consumers for Green Prime, can we actually supply? You see where I'm going. If the demand is too high, the cost, we may not be able to supply that, right? Or can we?
Right. Very good question, Director Meadows, and I will invite Adam to also come up if he wants to answer. He was originally supposed to be part of this panel, actually, but this is something that we're dealing with right now internally. In fact, when Amrit brings the budget to the board later this year, we're going to address that. We're going to have to increase the premium to cover Green Prime starting in 2024, and so it's the price itself is one component. Changing the rate. I think for us the bigger challenge is finding the product. And so we've been working really closely with Adam and his team to really identify the customers that are on the product. And some of them have been on there since 2017. They like the idea of 100% RPS, but maybe they don't need a Greenie certification, for example. Or maybe there's something that we can offer them as an alternative. But Adam and his team have been working closely with each and every one of the customers and talking to them to see what is it they're really interested in and potential for change. And I don't know if you want to add anything. I think your microphone is off.
There you go. I'm not sure there is a lot more to add, but we have been talking to customers, and it is the minority that is very interested in the Greenie certification part. For the most part, they're more interested in just a clean resource and something that they can rely on and use for their own missions as far as improving emissions in their work. We are currently working very closely with Monica's team to develop kind of an alternative product that maybe kind of fits between, where we don't have to kind of go through the hoops of certification, but we can provide customers what they want at a solid price. More to come.
I think there was one other hand up. Oh.
Two questions. First question is, and this may be later in the next meeting that we're going to have, but at a certain point, if we simply can't get the product that we need for Green Prime, then maybe we have to think about, do we want to offer that product? So it's kind of a, not for this, but it just sparks my curiosity, you know. And then my second question is, have we benchmarked our labels against other CCAs? And how do we stack up with our standard product offering?
We have done that work. I don't know if I know Pam has done that work internally just for our purpose, so that we can get some intelligence around how we define and market our product. And I also know that Bruce Carney, who I thought was in the audience, does this every year as well. And I think, Bruce, you can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we stack up relatively well compared to other CCAs, and certainly compared to PG&E as well. And so we've had a really good track record. We want to continue to offer really good products that our customers value, and stay true to our value proposition. But to your earlier point, you know, if it becomes a challenge, we have to think about, you know, what can we offer. I just also want to add that all of our power, for the most part, most of our power purchase agreements are resources that can be Green certified as well. And so we're going down that path, working with the developers to see if we can get that certification, and then see how much of those resources we can assign to these premium products without kind of running the risk of not being able to comply with all our other requirements. So we have other options, and we're looking at those very carefully. And so we will stay true to our product offering for 2023, but in 2024, we're looking at both our customers who are on it and seeing if we can not bump people off, but maybe really understand what they want to do here, and then see what we can do with some of our long-term resources.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the Green certified. So are we the only CCA doing that? And is it like several CCAs setting up a new standard, or is it kind of industry-wide that everybody's now going under the same kind of branding?
So in my previous life, I worked at a municipal utility a little bit up the road called Palo Alto, who actually offered one of the first opt-up or green tariff products in the nation. And for the longest time, they had the most successful green tariff product in the nation. Okay. And Palo Alto Green was the name of it, and I actually helped design it. I designed the first one that failed, and then I helped design the second one that was actually very successful. And then I had I actually got to kill it too, so I got to do away with it. But anyway, the Green certification at that time was very necessary because these were new products that were being marketed, right? And people weren't really sure if they were really getting what they paid for. And so why am I going to pay extra money if I don't really know? And so there was a need for Green certification that went above and beyond the existing certification process that we use with this program called Regis, where we retire renewable energy certificates. So it was needed at the time, but I don't think it's needed as much anymore. That was 20 years ago, right? We've evolved quite a bit. But in some places, it's valuable because if a customer of ours, and we have some customers who have LEED certification on their buildings, if they're in an opt-up product that is Green certified or certified by some external agency, then they get LEED points. And so that's why it's important to keep the Green or some certification. And we're looking at what other certifications are. But right now, most opt-up products, including PG&E's Green Tariff, has the Green certification. But even PG&E is considering eliminating that because there's some additional costs that are going to be potentially incurred with the Green certification in a couple of years.
And that was my question. It's like the cost of the Green certification and then the E-certified, and then just the branding. It's like green, clean. You know, you hear all these terms kind of thrown about to a large degree. I want to make sure that there's actual value for this. So from a LEED platinum, whatever, point standpoint, it makes sense. But I just want to make sure this organization sees actual intrinsic value in that too.
Yep.
Okay.
And Adam and his team is also kind of digging into what other CCAs are doing and how they're marketing and certifying their products as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, perfect. So with that, I want to jump into potential future accounting mechanisms we might want to look at. And that was actually a good question to lead into this, because I think one of the things I want to highlight here is that there's still a lot of work being done to figure out how to do the certification process for any hourly accounting mechanisms. So those are not fully in place yet. But as I said at the outset, a lot of the existing mechanisms are done on an annual basis, but there's increasing interest in moving towards hourly accounting mechanisms. So I want to take a few minutes to walk through a few of the existing mechanisms that are sort of out there, and then tell you a little bit about what SVCE staff's planning on doing going forward, and then hopefully we can have a conversation. So the first thing I want to talk about is what, at least tonight, I'm going to refer to as 24/7. And so in this instance, what I mean is really a mechanism by which an LSE, a load-serving entity like SVCE, would match their supply, their clean energy supply, with their expected retail demand in every hour of the day, 365 days a year. And some entities look at it, maybe not 100% of hours, but you might shoot for a 90 or 95% target. But a few things to really call out when you do this 24/7 matching. And first of all, this is a very illustrative example of how you might build a resource portfolio to do it. But what you're going to find is that it's very hard to optimize the portfolio perfectly. And so what I expect we're going to find when we do our analysis, that I'll talk about in a little bit, is that we're going to have portfolios that overbuild most hours of the year. So we tend to be long capacity in order to ensure that in those, sort of 5% hardest hours, we're able to hit our goals. Another thing to note here is that we can build a portfolio that theoretically is going to match supply and demand in all hours, but we don't have a huge amount of control over our actual resource dispatch, right? Going back to that very first slide where we talked about the ISO and how we interact in it, they, to some degree, get to pick which one of our resources are operating at a given hour, especially when it comes to our batteries, right? It's not going to dispatch because our customers have demand in that hour. It's going to dispatch because that's the economic thing for the CAISO to dispatch in order to maintain grid reliability. There has been a little bit of legislative effort in the 24/7 space. So SB 1158, which Becker authored, was signed last year. And so we are going to be obligated now to report our progress towards 24/7, but there's no direct mandates for a certain target number of hours that we're required to hit. But it is a good step forward for the state to sort of start to think about how they can do this type of accounting going forward. I think I'll skip that and come back to it later. Okay. So the other mechanism that I think we're fairly familiar here with at SVC is the Google methodology for the CFE. So that's the carbon-free energy score. One of the things that I think is nice about the Google methodology is that it's not requiring the LSE to match their supply and demand every single hour, but rather it's thinking about how much clean energy supply the LSE has, or the entity in the case of a customer like Google, and also thinking about how dirty the grid is in hours when it's relying on the grid for extra energy. So it's kind of a complicated formula, and I don't want to get too in the weeds on it, but essentially what it says is if you're an entity and you have 100 megawatts of demand in a given hour, and your supply is providing 90 megawatts, you essentially have a net open position of 10 megawatts in that hour. And so for that 10 megawatts, you need to think about, how dirty the grid is and how much sort of dirty energy you're relying on to fill your need. And so there's sort of an example here, but I think one of the things that's interesting in this methodology is that it perhaps creates a better an improved societal benefit than strict supply and demand matching, because what it does is it incentivizes a entity to procure resources that are clean in hours when the grid is dirtiest, right? Because you don't want to end up leaning on the grid when there's a lot of fossil on the grid, because it's really going to drag down your score. So I think that's kind of an interesting application or interesting thing about the way Google has set up their work. So with that, I just want to highlight what SVCE is planning on doing going forward. So we have begun doing some initial analysis to think about sort of what these different accounting mechanisms and pathways would look like for SVCE if we applied it to our portfolio. So what we're thinking about right now is doing some modeling to assess these different scenarios. So we'll likely do a business as usual base case where we continue with where we are today, assume 100% carbon free on an annual basis and meet all of our compliance obligations. And then we'll do an analysis where we try to hit a certain CFE score, and what that score is, I think, is still to be determined, and a similar one where we try to hit a certain number of hours of perfect supply and demand matching to look at something more like the 24/7 analysis. Obviously, the modeling we're going to do is going to show what we would need in our portfolios to achieve these different scenarios, and so we'll see the resource build and the associated cost. But I think one of the important things that we're intending to look at here is really evaluating these pathways in terms of risk, right? So we don't want to just say, here's what it would take to get there. We also want to think more in detail about the financial risk, the regulatory risk, and the portfolio risk associated with any of these options for us going forward. And I think with that, that's all we have prepared. So happy to answer any questions about these accounting mechanisms or hear your thoughts on our proposal to look into this more deeply.
I would just add that this is actually in a really exciting area, and this is something that we really want to do, because there's a lot of talk out there about achieving 24/7. And our approach to it since the beginning has been to be kind of incremental and very strategic. And we've added resources that we know will get us closer to 24/7 in a cost-effective way. We've added geothermal. We've paired storage with almost every single one of our solar resources. These are all things that help us get to 24/7 in a very kind of economic and cost-effective way. That said, there are other CCAs out there who have declared certain goals to get to 24/7 by a certain date, and we want to understand, how feasible is that for us? If we wanted to get there, when could we get there? What would it cost? And to Marin's point, like, how sustainable is this? What's the best way? Is it a 24/7 metric or a CFE metric? We know it's not always going to be an annual clean metric like we have now, so we do have to move towards something. And we're hoping to come back perhaps at the end of this year with the results of our analysis, and then at some point with a recommendation on potentially a policy direction on what we should pursue. So with that, we'll take any questions or comments. Director Chua.
I must have missed it. Please clarify. Where are we now? We're not 24/7. Where are we?
So where we are now is our standards, the metrics that we're using right now are all on an annual basis. So on an annual basis, we're achieving carbon-free, 100% carbon-free, and our RPS is about 50%. So we're about 50% RPS resources, 50% carbon-free. We aren't currently doing a regular assessment of our hourly sort of metrics, but I will say that in our last IRP, we did take our portfolios that we put together for the IRP, and we did try to do a sort of CFE type assessment, and we estimated we were hitting, I think by 2030, it was something like a 95% CFE score. So it was pretty good. When we do this analysis, we might use a different set of assumptions, but hopefully we don't have to build a huge amount to get to 100%. But yeah, it's definitely a different metric than we've used so far.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Tyson?
Well, I think we're all concerned about extreme weather events too, and I'm just wondering, as we look forward, when we come up with what our standards, what we're meeting, whether there's some way to exclude certain extreme weather events. I'm also wondering, this whole 24/7, is there an intermediate path where we say we're 24/7, we're going to aim for March through September? versus the winter months or something else? I'm wondering if there's any room for that.
I think there certainly is room for it. I suspect what we're going to find when we start doing the analysis is that there's particular hours that are very difficult to fill. And I think they're going to show up at, early morning in the winter. We're going to find that we need additional capacity. And so you could hit your goals either by saying, well, let's reduce the number of hours that we need to hit. Maybe it's not 100% of hours, maybe it's 90 or 95%. So that's one way to address it. When it comes to changing the metrics so you don't hit it in all hours of the year or all months of the year, that isn't something I've thought about a lot, but it does the question kind of makes me think that the CFE score has a sort of an additional value, right? Because maybe we're okay with not hitting it at times when we know the grid is really clean, right? So, but it's a good question, but I don't think it's one that I've seen in the literature so far when people have thought about this.
Yeah, I can answer the first part of the question in terms of, have we considered extreme kind of climate change or extreme weather events. We have not defined those yet, but that would be part of the analysis, is to look at different scenarios. And obviously, hydro is very much driven by weather conditions, whether extreme or not. And since it makes up such a large part of California's clean energy, and then if we're using the CFE score, it really does drive down the CFE or the emissions in many, many hours. So we'll look at varying, hydro conditions. We could also perhaps look at extreme temperatures and what that does to demand as well. We know that the state has been looking at extreme or climate change and extreme weather and its effects on demand, and that's something we'll consider. We also want to see, what is the opportunity or the ability to also help achieve using these grid measures or these behind-the-meter measures like flex demand response and distributed energy resources. How much capacity could we count on to deploy with our customers to help us get to those hard to reach hours? Maybe it's 4 a.m. on a January weekend or something. But Director Meadows?
Okay. So this is probably a rare event, but all of our rare events will probably be less rare over time. If you think back a couple years to the day that was orange and red, and so that was daytime, and we watched our there was no solar production. So I wonder if you accommodate that in your modeling as well, because that's a different hit that we don't usually have, at least in the summertime, as much. Again, it's rare, I understand that, but as the wildfires increase, so do our daytime, the possibility of daytime deficits in solar production.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. I think if you were going down the path of using a 24/7 score, then you wouldn't hit it, right, for many days or for a couple of days. If you utilize a CFE methodology, then you're more likely to hit your target, because those 2 or 3 days or that rare event is not going to impact your final kind of result there as much. So.
Yeah, I think the one thing I would add is that I think some of these sort of outlier events are really about reliability challenges, right? So I think we can, even though it may not be ideal, we can live with certain hours where maybe grid emissions are a little bit higher, but what, as a state, we really don't want to see is hours where the grid, can't sustain the amount of demand it has, and we have, load shed events like we did in 2020. So I think what we tend to see is that there's a lot of these sort of outlier scenarios are thought about in the reliability planning space, where we have a much higher planning reserve margin, or we use much more conservative weather forecasts. But I don't think we necessarily need to think about them in the energy space so much when we're trying to hit our clean targets. And I sort of hate to say that, because, obviously we want to make sure the grid's as clean as possible, but we need to sort of think of the cost-benefit analysis on that.
Question on the 24/7. So, I'm at first I was assuming that most of what we're missing is 4 to 9 because that's the tough spot. But I bet we don't cover a lot of the night or morning hours either, being completely green. And when I think about it, the battery, the expensive way to solve it is with batteries that, we're really targeting at the 4 to 9 area because that's the worst. But in order to really get all the other areas, we have to buy more base load, and we don't buy very much clean base load unless, and so then it led me to start thinking about the hydro and how much we can get, if we buy hydro contracts, how much we can get them to run. I mean, you can run water out of a dam at different times of the day, but they probably have some limitations around when they need water for fish and things like that. So I was really curious about how much limitation there is on when we can force hydropower to be used on a during the day kind of thing. And you can address the baseload thing too. It seems to me more geothermal, even with the anthropogenic emissions, is really good for addressing the 24/7 issue.
Yes, so we have no dispatchable hydro in our portfolio, and it'll be very difficult for us to get that. But I'm going to speak just in general terms, in terms of those who do have dispatchable hydro in their portfolio, including PG&E has a lot of it, right? And then the Central Valley Project is another very big dispatchable hydro project. But for the most part, those resources operate, at least in the case of the Central Valley Project, for reasons other than power generation. But let's just say that they were operating for power generation, like PG&E operates their resources, not for recreation and ag and everything else. Then really they're going to dispatch those resources very similar to how we plan to dispatch our batteries, to a value of storage, to economics. They're going to meet the minimum flow requirements that they have to maintain their license and make sure that the water's flowing and fish aren't dying. But beyond that, they're going to operate them to make money, because that's what they should do, right? Now, if we have a standard that moves us to 100% clean, and maybe even a standard that moves us to 100% on a clean on a 24/7, because once we start to report what we're doing, as it's required by the Becker, the AB, whatever it is, SB 1158, then maybe the next step is a target, right? And so now if you put a target on that and you say you have to be 24/7 clean, all of a sudden those hours that were never made sense for us to generate power because they just weren't the economic are going to become much more economical. So it'll change the pattern of how generation, whether it's coming from hydro or from batteries, get dispatched when the demand is there.
Makes them more economical by forcing people to pay more money so that they're willing to dispatch at those hours. But we have to keep in mind the total cost of the electricity also. It can't go up infinitely because our customers need to be able to afford it. Our economy needs to be able to function also. Yep. So that it can't always be things that force the price up.
That's a very good point, and that's kind of the third leg on the stool, right? It's clean, reliable, and affordable. And so I think we're making lots of progress towards clean. We're trying to make progress towards reliable from a state standpoint with procurement orders and forcing certain resources to stay online longer. But the affordable one is, I think, the more challenging one. And I 100% agree with you that it'll become more and more of a challenge. I don't know what the answer is, but I think that from our perspective, what we'll at SVCE is we'll try to look for the most cost-effective solutions, and then hope that we don't get a mandate that does otherwise. So,
thank you.
Director Mohan first, and then Director Makachek.
So on one of your earlier slides, you talked about how uncertain it was to get carbon-free resources through PG&E. And then a later slide, you talked about your goal being 100% carbon-free in the immediate term. So how do those two bits of information reconcile?
So up until a couple years ago, we were not receiving any allocations from PG&E on their greenhouse gas-free resources. So we were entirely in the market. And so we signed contracts with marketers or providers, whether they're coming out of the Northwest, so Oregon or Washington or in-state, and these marketers have rights to certain clean resources, mostly hydro entirely, because they don't have any rights to nuclear other than PG&E. And so we would buy those resources from the market and pay a premium for them, and that's how we would achieve 100% clean. Now going forward, we'll have a much higher RPS. By 2030, we'll be close to about 65, if not 75% RPS. So we're only talking about trying to make up that difference of 25% on what our load needs. And assuming that there is no allocations coming from PG&E and Diablo's entirely gone, or I don't know what's gonna happen to Diablo, then we'll be in the market looking for those resources. And if they don't exist in hydro, if we can't find them for hydro, then we'll look for them for renewable. And if we can't get them in a cost-effective way, then we'll have to come back to the board and say this is our situation. But for now, it'll be a mix of short-term resources on the market.
Maybe one thing I'd add quickly to that, I think when SVC first formed and set that 100% carbon-free goal, we were somewhat outliers in doing that, right? There wasn't a massive market for carbon-free resources. There's certainly some demand for it, but because of SB 100, where every LSE in the state now has to go out and get to that 100% by 2045, it's created a lot of value in those carbon-free resources. So there used to be a very strong RPS market. There still is, as Monica said, it's getting very expensive, but it's really boosted the value of carbon-free resources and created a lot more demand for it. Director Walia?
A little open-ended question as a follow-up to what you just remarked upon. What other regulatory legislation coming out of Sacramento is headed our way which may impact the industry? Just at a high level, what are you looking at and what are good solutions that you may be considering?
Well, I'm curious what Benna has to say about this, but...
Could I clarify if your question is just generally or around clean accounting?
Around?
Around clean accounting or
Yes.
just
Yes. Or if you have anything else to offer, it'll be good to know.
No,
Thanks.
I think the major push was last year's Senator Becker bill, SB 1158, that we talked about. So I have not seen any additional attempts by the legislature this year to look at clean accounting.
Yeah, maybe the one thing I would chime in with is there has been a push at the legislature for a central procurement entity to do things like offshore wind and geothermal. And from a planning perspective, for us, that can create some challenges, right? We don't want to end up in a situation where we go out and procure, to meet our supply and demand every hour of the year, only then to have either the CPUC or the governor's office come and say, oh, by the way, we're going to have this other entity procure, 100 megawatts on your behalf, and that's going to basically leave us with a bunch of stranded assets. So I think there's planning issues going on at the legislature, but as Benna said, I think the big push on clean accounting probably happened, or at least the most recent clean push, and the only one we see on the horizon right now, happened last year.
But Ben or Mari, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a bill that actually sets a target for offshore wind, right? Or was that?
There was a study bill by David Chu last year, and then there is another bill about planning and how they're going to get to those targets this year. So I think the legislature continues to be really interested in offshore wind and making sure that that is a viable industry going forward.
Thank you for keeping track of what's headed our way. Downwind. Thank you.
So did we have another question? Oh, Director Scazzola?
Yeah, I'm glad that extreme weather was brought up earlier. Now, of course, New York City's experiencing what San Francisco just experienced a couple of years back. So my question is more or less we're talking about 24/7 as well. And my understanding is geothermal's pretty not affected by extreme weather and is 24/7. And so what I want to know is kind of is that the future in regards to hitting these marks? And what do we have now? I know that we obviously have interest in the portfolio and everything, but is it an infrastructure thing, or like, to me it seems like one of the major solutions to that effect? And I'm just curious to hear about that.
I might have to clarify the question, but just in terms of geothermal, it is a baseload resource, clean resource, and we expect it to be available at least 90% of the time, or even more. But we did learn there is such a thing as called ambient derate. If it gets too hot, the facility, the generator actually produces less energy. And so that is something that we will witness on a regular basis during the summer, but it could be even worse if it gets extreme. The other thing that happens when you have extreme weather is it affects the ability to transmit electricity. And so you have an occurrence that happens with the transmission, the high voltage, they sag, they start to drip, and they can't transmit as much electricity. And then if you get fires, which you get during extreme weather, then they cut them off completely, or we have PSPS events. So extreme weather impacts, all of the ability to generate and deliver electricity. And to Barnes' point earlier, then it really becomes about reliability. I mean, I think that it has to be the focus, is just making sure that we can keep the lights on. And it's not so much about clean at that point. And so I think the state will always maintain some reserves. In fact, there is this thing called the strategic, what is it called? Strategic Reliability Reserve that the Department of Water Resources is now charged with managing, and they'll retain natural gas resources just for emergency situations. And I don't know if I answered your question, but if I missed anything, please ask again.
That answered a lot. I appreciate it. Just one more, if I can clarify a little bit. I'm just curious about, I understand that it takes many years to approve of projects for energy infrastructure, things of that nature, but is there like a sense for California, especially for geothermal, like are we moving more in that direction?
Okay.
Being that with extreme weather events, that it feels like even
Sure.
though there's a little bit, you get that.
Yeah, so the state the state did mandate what they called firm clean resources, a certain amount of megawatt capacity by 2026. And so firm clean resources could be anything that is guaranteed to operate kind of like at a baseload level, so geothermal being a prime candidate, and biomass being other types of resources. And so we do have a procurement mandate there. I know that through this budget trailer thing, there's looking at ways of actually promoting or actually affecting geothermal in the Salton Sea area as one of the things, because there's a big reserve of geothermal there, but very expensive to develop it and no transmission to get it out right now. So the state very much sees the benefit of geothermal, and they're including it in procurement orders and integrated resource plans going forward. And the market still very much understands the demand for it now, and we're seeing that in the prices for those resources.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe one quick thing I would add on that is in the initial SB 100 studies that they did, because I think your point gets to the fact that we're really concerned about our ability to bring on the amount of resources we need to get to our clean goals, and we're really not sure if we can get all this transmission built. And what that study found is that if you allowed the model to build clean, firm resources, and they didn't specify if they were geo or whatnot, but they put in these clean, firm resources, the amount of build that you need to hit your reliability and energy goals drops dramatically, like tens of gigawatts you no longer need to build. So I think if we can get those types of resources online, we're going to have a much better chance of hitting our targets and building enough transmission to actually move the energy across the grid.
Great, thank you very much.
I think we're at time. Any other questions?
Yeah, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
It looks like the important work right now is that a pathway study that you're doing right now. The question is twofold. Are you doing it in-house, or are you having outside consultants? Second question is, have any other agencies like us have been doing that? Are we champion a really...
Yeah. So our plan right now is to do everything in-house. I think we're still thinking through a little bit about how to do the modeling for the CFE score. So there's arguments to be made that there's outside models that may be useful. So we'll hopefully get it all done in-house. On your second question, there have been other CCAs that have done these types of analyses. So PCE put out a white paper on their 24/7 analysis not too long ago. And I know some smaller groups have also done some analyses. I think Google supported getting some things out the door as well.
So you would compare with what they're doing and then maybe incorporate into your own thinking and champion this project, and the report coming up the fourth quarter?
Yeah, that's our goal. Is Q4 we'll have something out to you all, and certainly we've been doing a literature review, trying to understand how other people are thinking about this, looking at others' modeling results, and like I said, I think one of the things that we really want to focus on is not just the model results, but really think about it in terms of portfolio risk and good portfolio management practices. And I think that might be where we have a value add that I don't think I've seen in the space yet.
All right, looking forward to the result. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, well, with that, we will hand it back over to you, Chair Tyson, to, I guess, adjourn. Do we have to adjourn the study session? Oh, I think we have one question from the audience or from the public.
Sure, we'll take a question from the audience.
The
public, I mean.
Thanks. This is a topic of great interest to me. Marin, could you put slide 10 back up, please? So what I believe was there was a math error on slide 10. The result of the equation shouldn't be 90%, it should be 96.5%.
I might have got my math wrong.
Yeah. So 90 plus 10 times 0.6. Yeah, okay. So, and if you could go back to the slide that showed the 2022 power content label. That was one of the first slides. So as Monica mentioned, every year I write a document called How Green, How Cheap, and distribute it to CCE advocates around the state and to SVCE staff. Silicon Valley Clean Energy and PCE are neck and neck for the cleanest CCAs. Most CCAs in Northern California provide dirtier power than PG&E, which is shocking. They do not share SVCE's goal of cleaner energy. And this is clearly going to come back and bite them as the state requirements for clean energy escalate over time. Another thing I wanted to mention, because all of you are city council members, is that your city council's greenhouse gas emissions numbers today essentially say that electricity to your city is carbon-free, because SVCE is virtually carbon-free, and virtually all of your businesses and residents get their power from SVCE. But once this 24/7 measurement comes in, you won't be seeing carbon-free power anymore. You'll see a number that says maybe you're 96.5% carbon-free, or maybe you're 86.5, or 76.5. We don't know what it will be in 2023 or 2024. We have a projection that by 2030, it'll be 95% carbon-free. So you may find your progress toward meeting your city's greenhouse gas goals go backwards for a period of time because of the change in measurement reporting methodology. Girish is shaking his head, but I find it hard to understand how you'll be able to have two different measurements that provide different points of view. In fact, I remember being in this room at an SVCE board meeting in 2016 when an angry Cupertino resident came in and said, "You're not 100% greenhouse gas free. What about that power on, Christmas Eve when there's no solar and not much wind and I don't know how much hydro, but clearly there are hours of the day and always have been and will be for a long time when the power mix includes fossil fuel generated electricity." So I suspect that this is going to become more visible as the hourly reporting standard comes into play. And I just want you as city council members to be aware that there may be some blowback from your residents and in the reports that you have to give to those residents about how clean your emissions are.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Carney. I think those are good points, and I think just on top of that, what does our public want? Our public wants clean energy, but they want it on 100% of the time, not 97.5% of the time. And so there is a trade-off there that we certainly need to recognize.
Can I make a comment?
Please go ahead.
So, that's an interesting point that if we have to start reporting 24/7 and showing what our carbon percentage is, currently we buy attributes so that we cover the year on an accounting basis. I bet you can't buy attributes on a 24/7, but all of a sudden I bet a market pops up for buying attributes on a 24/7 if it becomes something that's important. So then we can become like we were before, maybe one of the CCAs that wants to say we're 24/7 so we can start buying attributes instead of, the best thing to do is buy battery, but it costs a lot, takes a long time to get enough batteries, whatever the more expensive solutions are. But my point is, as the world changes, some of our options may change also to allow us to make those kinds of, if the accounting system changes, what we can buy may change also. Just food for thought.
Important caution. Any further comments from the? No. Very good. Thank you for those comments. I don't see any others, or do I? Where was it? Oh, go ahead, Adam.
So I'd like to 100% agree with public comment and really recognize that what you're seeing here is just the journey that California is on to, supplying clean power. It's not going to be an overnight, flip of the switch. And frankly, the three-legged stool that you heard about during Monica's presentation earlier is very real. We have to maintain reliability and affordability while meeting clean goals. So what we're trying to do here is work through how do we make that palatable to our customers, our communities, as to the journey that we're taking to get to that clean end place.
Thank you for that. With that, do we have any board member announcements or direction on future agenda items? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors meeting.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, everybody, to the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors meeting on Wednesday, June 14th. And so glad to have all of you here. And let's get started with the call to order.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start at the seating at the dais. I'm going to start with Director Squazzola.
Here.
Mohan.
Here.
Mekachek.
Present.
Chua.
Here.
Abe Koga.
Here.
Chair Tyson.
Here.
Vice Chair Walia.
Here.
Director Rennie.
Here.
Klein.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Meadows.
Here.
Thank you. Participating remotely, Director Hilton.
Here.
Thank you. Director Martinez Beltran.
Here.
Thank you. And we do have a quorum of our board.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here. Next up is, pardon me, is public comment on items not listed on the agenda. You will see some of the guidelines there, and there's a time limit. And this is for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public? We do. We have one public. Mr. Carney, will you please grace us with your words?
Yes, on behalf of Carbon Free Mountain View and Carbon Free Silicon Valley, on whose boards I serve, I would like to recognize Yvonne Martinez Beltran as the newest member of the Five Timer Club. The Five Timer Club is for those directors of Silicon Valley Clean Energy who have served 5 years on the board. It's an extremely exclusive club, and I'm very proud, if I could find the camera, to show this certificate, which will be sent to her by your staff. So thank you very much, Director Martinez Beltran, for your dedicated service and leadership.
All right. You probably couldn't hear that, Director, but there was a resounding applause. Do we have any other public comments? We do not see any. All right, very good. Let's move on to the consent calendar. And do we have any public comment on items on the consent items 1A through 1M? I do not see any in the room. And is there any public comment online? Not seeing any. In that case, do we have any discussion or items that wish to be pulled? I do not see any in the room. We do?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Director, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Chua. Let's go for a roll call vote then.
Thank you. Chair Tyson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Walia.
Aye.
Director Squazzola.
Aye.
Mohan. Meadows.
Aye.
Rennie.
Aye.
Chua.
Aye.
Mekachek.
Aye.
Abe Koga.
Aye.
Klein.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Hilton.
Aye.
Thank you. Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's move right into the regular calendar and begin with item number 2, the CEO report.
Thank you, Chair Tyson, members of the board. Give you a couple of updates from the CEO report. There's a small blurb here regarding summer readiness. You'll all recollect that September 6th last year, we came very close to a blackout in California. The California Independent System Operator has been talking about the signs look much better this year. There's been a lot of new capacity that's been added, and we are working on our plans in case things go sideways, how we communicate, etc. So we'll have more information for you in the coming months. We also will be publishing some high-level GHG metrics for each city. This is something that, over the last many years, we assist cities in their climate action plans. And though we provide quite a bit of data, there's data that's also very specific to each city. So we'll be publishing a table, and there's been requests over the last few years about city-by-city emissions, so we'll be publishing that. We have talked to your staff about this already. I would like to introduce two of the newest members of our staff. And we'll start with Juliet Pascal. She began her new role as community outreach specialist on the ESCA team on May 30th, 2023. However, we all know Juliet for quite a while because she was a Climate Corps Fellow since September 2022. So I'm going to ask Juliet to come on up and introduce herself to you.
Good evening, directors. My name is Juliet. As Girish mentioned, I have had the pleasure of working with some of you on our community outreach events and the opportunity to be at SVCE since September. Learned a lot working with our youth engagement projects and really getting to know the service area through all of our events and sponsorships. And I'm really excited to start this new role and get deeper into this world of community outreach. And as everything kind of ramps back up after the pause that we've had over the past few years, there's a lot of amazing opportunities and new areas to explore for community partnerships. So really grateful for this opportunity and to continue working with hopefully each one of you as we move forward. In my free time, when I'm taking time away from SVCE, I'm usually camping, hiking, spending time with my cat. So really excited to stay here, contribute to an agency with an amazing environmental mission and serve our service territory. So thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. We're excited to have you join us as well.
Thank you, and just shout out to Pamela Leonard from day one. She has been behind this program. So it's been amazing, and we've had great luck in hiring too. All right, our next new employee is Karen Chang. She'll join Zoe and me as UCLA alum to be part of SVCE. She joined us on May 22nd, 2023 as Manager of Finance and Risk Controls, and she will be reporting, she's working for an Umrit's group. So I will ask her to come up and introduce herself. She is going to have quite a wide portfolio, which is in the CEO report. Karen, would you please come up and introduce yourself?
Thank you, Girish. Good evening, board. Nice to meet you all. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Karen Chang, and I just joined 3 weeks ago, Manager of Finance and Risk Controls. Prior to joining SVCE, I was in the energy industry for about 9 years, working on various PPA projects, more on the developer side, selling power to financing partners. My focus area was mostly in cash management, optimization, and financial forecasting, budgeting, some part on compliance and risk controls. So I'm very excited to be here tonight to take this role, joining such a great team together working on this green mission. Prior to that, I was in the aerospace industry and got my mechanical engineering degree from UCLA. In my spare time, I enjoy swimming, traveling, and weekends are just a lot of kids' activities. Again, I'm very excited to be here, very honored to be with such a great team and looking forward to working together with all of you in the near future. Thank you again.
Welcome, Karen. And we can't have too many chemical engineers around here, Girish.
She's mechanical.
Oh, I heard, was that mechanical?
Yeah.
I heard chemical. Okay. All right, close enough.
But you're right, we can't have enough chemical engineers. All the battery storage and other things that we need 24/7. I have two more pieces of information. Two of our employees are going to be leaving us, very sad about that. One is Charles Grinstead, our Senior Manager of Power Resources. He informed us last evening and today that he has another job offer and he will be joining this other entity. So his last day with us is going to be June 30th. So he did a lot of very good work for us in the front office and developed a lot of the contracts that we have. In fact, just today we closed out our resource adequacy position for RA position for 2023, a lot due to his efforts, so he will be missed. Monica is going to be working on getting a replacement for him, so we'll keep you updated. It's a critical position we're losing, so we're very sorry to see him go. Next, we have another employee who's leaving on June 30th, but I would like your cooperation in giving him a really hard time because he's leaving us. But as he comes up, it's Kevin Armstrong. We really love what Kevin has done for us since 2019, October. He's really a man with multiple hats and just willing to take on whatever was given to him. And so he joined us. He wanted to be part of SVCE, and he does have an engineering background, a management consulting background, and started administrative services. He's helped on a variety of projects, right from prepay. He works on our relationship with our banks, all our benefits, helps us with our retreats, and yeah, just a man of many hats. So I'd like him to come on up, and I don't know what the opposite of introduce oneself is, but that's what he's going to do. I did tell him you were going to torture him through June 30th.
Thank you, Girish. And I think the opposite would be extraduce myself, if that's a real word, but we'll use it for right now. Thank you all, members of the board, for the time that I've been able to spend here within SVCE. As many of you know, I worked at the County of Santa Clara previously and was present at the founding of the organization, and so have fond memories and was very excited to be able to come indoors to participate in the growth of the organization. I feel like the organization's in great hands. There are many new employees who are going to bring a lot of skill and talent to the work that's going on here. I think that SVCE is poised with a number of its programs and its efforts in clean energy procurement to sort of act as a leader and a benchmark for other CCAs in the efforts, and a lot of that points back to your direction. So as I leave, I would just like to say thank you for the work that you've done for the organization and the community. It's been a pleasure and a privilege working here, and I hope that our paths cross in the future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. How about a nice hand?
That's the end of my report, Chair.
We haven't discussed this, but some of us went to this geothermal facility, and the LinkedIn is hopping with photos and things. I've seen it, and maybe you could say a word or two about the visit we did last week.
Sure. Let's give congratulations to Monica, whose name is, if you didn't know, the Queen of Geothermal. That's how we can refer to her, Her Highness. No, she did an amazing job in getting this contract to us. This is the first geothermal project, first new geothermal project built in the CAISO territory in the last 30 years. We wanted to thank the board members who attended. Had board member Mekchik, Tyson, Rennie, who were there with us. Thank you very much for doing that. We had several of our staff. We had a CEC commissioner. We had the vice president of the CAISO. This was a public power project, so we had about 30 megawatts of output. 3CE and us took 25% each, and the city of Colton, which is part of Southern California Public Power Authority, took 50%. It was sited in the city of Mammoth Lakes, and a tremendous amount of persistence on the part of the developer, Ormat, who had thought of this project and started activities on this about 9 to 10 years before. And they just kept at it. So I thought it was a very well-organized event, and there's nothing like standing there and hearing the thrum of the plant. And that's clean energy that's being shipped across the Sierras to all of us over here. So, you know, I had the opportunity to make some comments and said, our customers want clean energy, and thank, you know, the county of Mono County, the supervisor was there, the city of Mammoth Lakes, and our Matt for doing this. And of course, our fantastic staff who actually arranged all the logistics. Andrea, Lisa, Pam's group, Michaela did an amazing job in publicizing this too. So it's really fantastic to be there, because not only do you have a lot of conversations, but you get to see the result of our work, right? So the planning work, the relationships, the decisions that you make, it all kind of comes together at an event like that. So we'll have more opportunities for ribbon cutting events, and yeah, look forward to seeing you there. Chair Tyson.
Great, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to make one comment that I found interesting. One of the you know, as the speakers were talking about, they talked about how long it took them to get through all the permitting and all the different layers of permitting and different organizations. And what they did is, Girish just mentioned some of the speakers, but what sort of impressed me was they got somebody from the CEC, the newest commissioner from the CEC was there speaking. There was somebody from the CAISO there that was speaking. They had somebody from the National Forest Service speaking and somebody from BLM speaking, in addition to a county level and the city level. And all of these organizations, well, maybe not CEC, but you know, a lot of those were the permitting organizations. So making it show such a big deal, hopefully that the permitting can be cut down to a much shorter period of time. That was one of the comments that the CEO, I think, made, that you know, if we could get permitting down to, I don't know, what did he want, 2 years for permitting or something, exactly, instead of 8 or 10 years, that could really make a big difference in getting more geothermal online. So I thought it was good the way they brought all those entities together, so that it really showed how important getting this done and hopefully more of these type of projects done.
Chair Tyson, if I may make two more comments. One is, I'd want to mention that Chair Tyson could have given the tour. Had everything to do with heat exchangers and stuff. That was great. I want to give a shout out to board member Mekachuk, who visualized a photograph, which I hope will show up at LinkedIn, but we'd be happy to share it with the board. He had rented a Tesla, and he brought the Tesla right up to the plant. And I think we have a photograph of the 3 board members with the Tesla and the geothermal power plant in the background. So just the visual of clean transportation and a clean grid. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was pretty cool. I'll leave with one more point. It was kind of a bit of a glib kind of thing I said at my talk was, this plant is like public power. It works behind the scenes, and it's working all the time. So I call it, it's humble power. It's just, so that's what geothermal is, kind of like what public power is, just working away in the background.
I'll just follow up. That was a spectacular day. I mean, to see Mammoth Mountain in the background with the blue sky, and fortunately we had good weather. It wasn't so nice the day before, and all the people that were there, the broad team that Director Rennie talked about. When I went to the ribbon cutting at Rabbit Brush, the solar ribbon cutting there, you could hear in their voices the difficulty that there was in going through the permitting and the building and everything else. And you heard the same thing at at Casa Diablo 4. So it was wonderful to be there, and thank you for the invitation.
Go ahead.
It's great to hear about that. I'm going to bring it back to us locally. Unfortunately, Juliet left. I did not want to comment earlier, but I know the work she has done in the community. I was there a couple months ago, when she was there at the Saratoga Elementary School for Arbor Day. It's, as Director Mekachuk is talking about the people, you hear it in their voices. What I saw was Juliet connecting with the little children and sharing with them what's happening, what the future is, and educating them as well as getting them interested, bringing the awareness. And the way she interacted with the children was phenomenal. They were asking all kinds of important questions, and getting them engaged at that early an age at elementary school level is just wonderful. So I welcome her in her new role, which I have personally seen that she's doing a phenomenal job of. And at the same time, welcome to you, Karen Chang.
All right, thank you everybody for those wonderful words. Let's move on to item number 3, which is the strategic plan update.
Thank you, Chair Tyson, members of the board. So for those of you who have been here in previous years, some of the frame of this will feel repetitive. So we do have a process around our strategic plan, and we'll go to the next slide, and you'll see that there's a timeline over here, and the strategic plan is not a standalone plan. It actually works with other initiatives that we have. Those include our budget, the CEO evaluation, and the strategic work plan. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the 3 steps, all in service of our mission at the top. So at the bottom step is enterprise risk management. And you'll hear this from Amrit, you'll hear it from Monica about risk management. So in the last couple of years, we've got to that next level of sophistication, and give credit to Amrit. This year, just getting to that next level, and you'll hear about it when he talks about stress tests next, at the next item. So we look at what our risks and opportunities are at the staff level. We get input from all staff, and then, there's a lot of detail there. And it doesn't make sense for us to bring you all that detail, because we're not really going to get the best of your input if we bring you too much detail. So what we try to do is the second step that you have in front of you, strategic focus areas, where we talk about, and many of, I basically stole this from your cities. Your city managers come up with, what are your priorities for the next year, right? So it's essentially that, and calling it strategic focus areas. It's a way to have a conversation and a dialogue about what you want to do, given that we have a ton of stuff that's part of our work plan, things that you've already approved in past years. We don't need to bring this back to you other than reporting how we're doing. So this is what strategic focus areas are. The third step is the budget, because finally, whatever we talk about, whether we're looking at things 10 years out or 1 year out, you need to bring this back into the budget. So this risk management, looks at not just money we're going to be spending in the budget, but money we want to set aside to manage future risks also. And all this is in service of our mission, which is not only carbon-free, affordable, reliable, but it's also with programs to our customers. If you can go to the next slide. This is another framework slide board. On the left-hand side is the actual glossy document, which is also a glossy document on our website. The way I think about this, the minute we publish it, that day it's out of date, right? So the big value is conversations like this. It's the conversation we had just earlier in the study session, which I thought was fantastic. Engaging with the board, thinking about what our future may look like, and start to navigate ways in which we can accomplish our mission. So the rest of the slide is divided into 2 sections. The left-hand side is what I'd call staff-driven. You have visibility on it, which is the work plan. Today, we have 21 goals and 75 measures. And that actually translates into a lot of tasks. And so that's something that we work on internally. On the right-hand side is these focus areas or priorities, which are board-driven. And the arrow between them say there's a mapping between the two. If we go to the next slide, I'll tell you that I had essentially the same presentation to the executive committee. And as I've already talked to you about before, it seems like I'm not proposing, and the exec committee agreed to not have any changes to our mission and our measure. You can go to the next slide. And I will stop for questions, of course, and comments, but feel free at any time. This is just last year's 5 strategic focus areas. And this year, they're not really significantly different, but I will talk to you about the differences that we do have. Next slide. You'll see on the left-hand side, under the yellow box, is last year's strategic focus areas. On the right is what I'm proposing for this year's strategic focus areas. So let me go through each of them and talk to you about the similarities and differences. In item 1, the difference here is around reliable grid actions. So last year we just focused on 24/7 clean energy. You heard about it in the workshop today about Google Clean. But we also, last year we almost had a blackout. 2 years ago we actually had a blackout. So even though we are a commodity-only entity, to further our goals on electrification, if we have an unreliable distribution and transmission grid, either clean resources are not getting permitted and interconnected fast enough, or homes are not getting hooked up fast enough at the distribution side. So I don't actually know what our role would be because PG&E owns that whole space, but doing nothing also doesn't seem like the thing to do. So part of what we are looking at, what I would like for us to look at, let's examine there's a targeted role. It may be more on information sharing. It may be advocacy in a certain area. So that's what I'm looking at. So again, this is some of these are not fully formed, but that's the new piece that I brought into this focus area. The second is pretty similar. It's expanding our customer base and interaction. Added a little more detail on this to specify that one is expanding our customer base is not going outside our service territory, but it's only looking at trying to get direct access load into our load. So for example, when Google, we had the 10-year contract with Google, that was load that was previously direct access in our territory that they moved over to us. So that we'd like to continue. And the focus would be on commercial customers. So those are the customers we can grow, right? Because residential customers, Frank, we have a very high participation rate. And if we try and go after residential customers, the money just doesn't work out at this point. So I just made a nuance over there to talk about this is what we're focusing on. We're also going to increase our interaction with customers to further electrification goals. I made that clear. The third point, we called it Inflation Reduction Act last year. This year, we've changed it to Accelerate Building and Transportation Electrification. So it's some of the same underlying bullets and actions that we're taking. If you remember last year, we were in the middle of this process. I came to you in like that May, June period. And in July, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. Mm-hmm. And by the way, this is the most incorrectly named bill, right? It should be the awesome climate bill, but that's not what they called it. So that's why it was such a big deal for us. We just put that in there to make sure that we have our eye on the ball. But here we broadened it a little bit. You've put aside quite a bit of money on building and transportation electrification. BACMD has passed the NOx rule to ban the sale of gas water heaters from 2027. So that's kind of what we are looking at. And then we broadened the scope instead of just saying Inflation Reduction Act. It's talking about funding from federal and state sources. So broaden that. So that's what number 3 is. Number 4, instead of just calling it one word, finance, you'll notice that we're using more of a phraseology over here. Thank you, Executive Committee and Director Mekachuk. Implement innovative financing solutions so it's pretty similar, but it's nuanced, but we're talking about that. And then the last stays the same, attract and retain employees. Now, in this presentation, which we will send, which will be posted to the web soon after this meeting, in the appendix, we have some bullet points under each one of these that go into a little more detail. We, at the same time, if you look at the slide, there's some supporting work that continues to be done. The risks and opportunities continue to be updated by our directors and every employee. So we'll update our strategies and measures and provide that to you at the October meeting. At the September meeting, we would like to get the thumbs up on the strategic focus areas. We are also using an online software platform internally to track our work on our entire work plan. So in those 75 measures and 21 goals, it's a lot, and we're growing. We're a lot larger than we were a few years ago. So I'll go to the next slide, which is essentially a graphic which repeats what I just told you. And if we go to the last slide, it's the timeline again, and open to any questions you may have over here. So maybe the ask I have is, if you have any comments on the strategic focus areas, so maybe we can just flip back one slide. We'd like to hear from you. Any comments on this? So it'll either help us change some of these, or we say, oh yeah, we'll take that into account. It's part of the work plan. So, or you just said, yeah, this pretty much sounds good. It's pretty much in line with what we want staff to do. Open to any kind of feedback.
I'd like to compliment you on how easy it is to read and understand, and how you've got it down to sort of 5 areas. I think that, as Kevin said yesterday, SVCE is pointing in the right direction, and I think this will help keep us going there and focusing on what we're going to do in the next 12 months. So I compliment you.
Go ahead, Director Lee.
Yeah, thank you. On the very first goal, you talked about the 24/7 clean energy delivery at scale, enhancing distribution and transmission reliability. Knowing that obviously PG&E is the 800-pound gorilla that is doing the actual transmission, I guess the question is, what type of role can we really have in terms of enhancing that? So let's say for the brownout situation, they are not able to get enough energy, for example, right, to feed into the grid. Do we have a role to play, since we actually do buy energy elsewhere, that we could help in terms of feeding that extra energy during those times in order to lower the brownout? That way, we are actually helping them without touching the actual transmission lines ourselves. Just something to think about.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and this is the difficulty, right? It's PG&E who owns the grid. They'll continue to own the grid and operate it. And like you said, we do contribute by building new energy sources, and that's what the CPUC and the California Independent System Operator are doing, which is they mandate we should be buying certain tranches of clean energy. So we're doing that, and there's kind of tight market on resource adequacy. It's just a few years away. It's not going to be as tight. So I think the supply of electricity is going to be okay. But I do think these, the distribution system itself, interconnection is taking a very long time. And then you may have critical facilities in our service area that require a higher level of reliability. So there may be things that we could do there. Like, for example, Redwood Coast Energy Authority up in Humboldt County has, in partnership with PG&E, implemented a microgrid at their airport. And when they had their last huge weather event and outage, it became a tremendous community resource. We're not staffed up for all this, but this is one of those. So by the way, one of these things about these strategic focus areas is like, these are probably multiple year kind of initiatives. But part of wanting to bring it to you is just to get that sense of, yeah, you should look at it. I'm very much with you. It's like, I'm not really sure what we're going to do, but I think we should be having that dialogue to see is there something? We have reached out to PG&E, and all of you know their community outreach. So we've reached out to the director there earlier in the year. We continue to have those conversations. You know, I think they are they are a partner of ours, right? So for us to be successful in decarbonization and pruning the gas grid, for example, we need to be working with PG&E. So, yeah, no answers yet, but at least this is maybe framing that, yeah, we should be involved in some way.
So something in line with that is, since we're into clean energy, is it possible even to contemplate having some type of battery storage strategically placed in location where you believe, hey, these are the no-fail area, or somewhere that we need to have specific areas? So whether that might be a potential project for us to get involved with.
100%, yes.
Thank you. Director Meadows?
Thank you, Chair Tyson. Good evening. Thank you for the information. And my thinking here, or my question may be off, maybe this does exist, and I'm speaking from kind of a selfish perspective. I see a gap in the program. So when you look at the customers and innovative financing solutions, especially to lower income customers, the programs focus on solar plus storage. And I feel, maybe just because I'm one of them, but I've spoken with a lot of people who have solar and no storage, because even the solar installers will tell you this is really expensive now, the prices are going to come down, but I don't see any programs for customers, whether individual customers or even small businesses or multifamily residential, that offer storage to those who have solar. And that would certainly help the grid in situations if you have more people drawing down on their own power during some of the high demand periods. So I wonder if that's already included, because I could well have missed it, and if not, what the thinking is behind that.
Thank you, Director Meadows. I'm going to take most of your comments as something that we'll look into more deeply. We do have a program that we created a couple of years ago, and this last month we amended the contract. And this is a contract with Sunrun, and basically they will install solar storage, and they operate some of that storage to provide resource adequacy. So they oversize the battery storage in a customer's house so that they can use it during that 4 to 9 p.m. period. And that RA comes to us. So we provide, you know, a sweetener for them to subsidize their costs. We initially had a certain megawatt amount when we created the program several years ago, and then we cut that by 75%, the megawatt amount. So I agree with you that it's an issue, but we don't have a specific solution right now, so we will take that into. This is where the financing solutions also come in. We're working at this. We have one program. Well, no, that's it. We'll take that in.
I do think that a lot of the early adopters and even mid adopters of solar don't have storage. So, and I don't know, and you guys would know better about that potential, so maybe it's not worth it. But it seems to me, because I haven't been able to convince my husband to invest in that storage, and I know there's a lot of people there who don't have it.
I'll talk to him.
You talk to him. Okay, all right, got it.
Yeah, there are a couple of people on the dais who have storage. One may have a lot.
Well, I can tell you, Director Meadows, my solution is I'm waiting for that vehicle-to-grid thing, because I've looked at the battery pricing, and the automobiles are so much more powerful. So I'm hoping to make that work. Director Abikoga.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question. You know, we've talked about IRA. I think it's been coming up on a year since it passed, and just trying to get a sense of like where we are exactly in terms of the funding coming down to our level, and then what do you plan to be the role of SVCE relative to our municipalities and the county? Thank you.
Benna Chang will answer that question.
Good evening. Very timely question. So
I think with the Inflation Reduction Act, we're seeing the federal government just come out with more and more guidance and program details over this last year. So for example, today, the IRS just came out with rules on how direct pay will work, so how local government agencies, including SVCE, can access tax credits for renewable projects or commercial clean vehicles. So it really is a place where we're waiting for the implementation details to come out on some of these programs, but that is one example where we're really interested to understand the details of how we can access the credits and who's eligible. But there are also additional grant programs, for example, the Greenhouse Reduction Fund, where we're looking very closely at that in terms of the financing that we were just talking about to finance some of these clean projects. So I think more details are coming. We are sharing that information with all of your city staff through the member agency working group as well, talking to your city managers, and we'll continue to do that.
If I may just add to that, in last year's strategic focus area on IRA, we did add something in there on workforce and meeting with labor. So we, actually, Benna has been taking the lead on that. We've done some informal outreach to various labor organizations. We are also drafting up some policies. We're looking at it in a much wider kind of viewpoint than just organized labor. It's just workforce needed for the clean energy transition. What can we do there? So in August, we'll bring you some additional information also. And so in this year's strategic focus areas, that shows up under this number, the third one, as to how do we partner with different workforce organizations to move our mission forward.
Thank you.
I don't see any other board member comments. Let's move in. Do we have any public comments on the strategic plan? Come on up.
Hello, Colin Corbett. Couple of quick comments. My first one was a mission question. I guess the first one will be, how will there be innovative programs when currently the programs do not pay out? And I would say, maybe if there was something part of this was a report that showed a success rate versus refusal versus deferment rate of all the applications for all the sorted by all the different types of rebate programs, from heat pump water heater to leaf blower, etc. That would maybe give people more confidence. There is a comment that homes are not getting hooked up fast enough. I would say that's because the incentives that are there don't pay out. And how will you expand your advocacy when most of the interactions as a rebate seeker are usually negative? I will say, as you look to interact more with commercial customers, they will expect contracts with defined milestones and termination clauses, so I would suggest that SVCE adjust their rebates based upon a higher percentage of having to pay out. And for storage, I will say, as a storage and solar owner, there is just a significant lack of choices, and the complexity is significant. And people will sell you a solution based upon what they want to sell you, not because of what you need, and honestly, your needs may vary wildly based upon what they're trying to sell you. I don't know that there's one unified resource or that SVCE could offer that resource, but there is nobody you can just pick up the phone with and meet for hours and say, give me a good unified solution. That would be great. Nobody really exists that does that. Okay, that covers my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any other public comments? I don't see any. So thank you for that report. That's a presentation, not for action. And so we'll move on to item number 4, which is results of stress test analysis for the upcoming year planning horizon.
Good evening, directors.
It's good.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, one more time. Good evening, directors. So I'm going to talk about stress test, and Grish mentioned the enterprise risk management framework. So this year we're expanding the way we do risk assessment at SVCE, and I'll go into a little bit of highlights of the ERM framework, enterprise risk management, and tell you where the stress test fits in. This is the second year we're doing the stress test, so we do this important analysis to make sure that we manage risks that can derail us from achieving our mission. Go to the next slide. So today, I'll talk about the findings of the stress test analysis that we did this year. And when I go through this analysis, you'll notice that it's very similar to what we did last year. So we're building off of the learnings we had from the analysis we did last year, because some of the risks one of the significant risks we're facing is same as what we faced last year. So we're updating it and that analysis and looking at where the numbers stand today. So as I mentioned, in doing so, I will first go through the highlights of the enterprise risk management framework. I'll talk about how we constructed the stress test scenario. And as I mentioned, it's similar to the stress test analysis of last year. And if you remember, one of the key risks we're facing is a collapse in energy prices. And I'll go through how we model that. And then I'll talk about how do we basically manage that risk? What are the best mitigation measures? And if you remember, the way one of the best mitigations we have is actually to hold ample reserves, so that if the stress scenario were to occur, we're in a financial position to respond to it. And that is how we now set our reserve target levels, and I'll talk about that. And then I'll conclude with where we go from here, which is what the implications of this analysis is to how we set the budget and what we will be asking for approval in the September timeframe when we bring the budget to the board. Okay, so that's the plan of the presentation. So enterprise risk management framework. So this is a comprehensive organization-wide assessment of risks. And the way we do this is at the beginning of the year, we go out throughout the organization, reach out to all our employees, and basically say, what are some of the risks that we're facing in the organization? And this is the first year we put what we're calling a risk register, which is a record of our risks. It's a living document. It's something that we continuously add to as we learn more about the risks we face. I'm using the word risk, but it's actually risks and opportunities. If you remember the chart that Grish mentioned, at the top of our planning process is our mission. So we're looking at how can we move the needle advance on our mission, which is to decarbonize in our communities. So we're looking at risks that can derail us, as well as opportunities that can help us basically move in that direction. So both are equally important, and we consider both in this framework. So the risk register is basically a record of the risks and opportunities we see right now, and it basically lists what the current mitigations are, current plan of actions are, and if we were to take those actions, what the residual level of risk is, and we go through a discussion internally to say, is that the level of risk that we're comfortable living with? Okay, and how do we basically come up with that assessment? There's a risk matrix, and we went through a little bit more detail of this framework with the finance committee meeting, and with the executive committee. So I'm giving you a very high level discussions, but open to any questions you have, and I'll take them along as I'm giving the presentation. So in the risk matrix, we basically, in one dimension, we're saying what's the likelihood of a risk event or an opportunity to occur? What's the likelihood? And then on another dimension, we basically measure if the event were to occur, what is the consequence to the organization? So in other words, what does it mean in terms of achieving our mission? Could it derail us? Could it advance us? And what the impact is. And then we go through internally and we calibrate these risks and opportunities and basically agree on a tolerance level that we can live with. that we think is optimal. Now, obviously, it sounds very scientific, but this is based on subject matter expertise, right? How do you assess a likelihood of some event occurring? A lot of that is in each of our areas. The subject matter basically has a view and an assessment of what that is. And to the extent we can quantify, we quantify the risks. And stress test is one of those that we'll go through and where we do quantify the risk. So stress test is basically a component of ERM. So basically we look at the risk register and we look at all the risk drivers we've identified in the risk register, and we say what are some of the plausible combinations of this risk that can materialize and that can have severe consequence on us. And these are, you can think of these as plausible but extreme. In other words, they can occur, and the scenario that I'm going to describe in the stress test that we modeled is it is something that has happened many times in our industry, which is a sudden collapse in energy prices. So, anyways, that's how we come up with the stress test. We go through the risk register in a comprehensive way. We identify scenarios we want to model, and it's a very important component. One of the points I want to emphasize on the slide there, it's an important component of our business, because we are basically managing and running a commodity portfolio business risk. And commodity, we have risk metrics that we monitor on a weekly basis, and we share with our risk committee. We call gross margin at risk, revenues at risk, and in the financial industry that you'll hear terms like value at risk, very similar concept. But these risk metrics they're not gonna measure disruptions in marketplace. They're not gonna measure sudden increase in prices, sudden collapse in prices, the disruptions. And this is where stress test comes in. If you remember recently, Silicon Valley Bank went under. And one of the criticisms of management was that they did not do stress tests. In their case, the risk that they're facing is interest rate volatility. They did not, if they had stress tested the portfolio, they would have learned insights as to the organization's capability to address a sudden increase in interest rate, just as we are assessing sudden increase and sudden decrease in prices on our portfolio. Okay, so that's sort of the essence of stress tests. Yeah. So I want to, in this slide, what I'm trying to illustrate is that we're building off of the learnings we had in the stress tests last year. This year we did one stress test analysis. Last year we actually did 5 scenarios. 4 of those scenarios were based on market price uncertainties. We're not replicating some of those scenarios because we know what we learned from those scenarios are still applicable, and the scenario that we are modeling, we know it's the most severe of those scenarios. And all the other framework, all the other elements of risk are now comprehensively assessed in the ERM framework, Enterprise Risk Management Framework. So, so the stress test that I'm going to present today is a price collapse scenario under an economic recession condition, which is very likely given some of the news we're hearing about the economy, that we may likely go into a recession. So we'll go to the next slide. So the construction of this year's stress test is what happens if the energy prices collapse, and we're statistically modeling the collapse to a 1 percentile level. So basically model the statistical property of market prices, so we have a distribution, and we said what if they were to go to the 1 percentile level, which means if we were to believe in that statistical distribution that we build, there's less than 1% chance that prices could be lower than this. And of course those metrics have inherent weaknesses, some of that I alluded to earlier, but that's how we model the price collapse scenario. And along with an economic recession, which would mean that we could have a good amount of load loss, in our case we're modeling a 5% load loss, we could have increase in customer uncollectibles. And then there's an additional risk that we layer on. This is the regulatory uncertainty, and we modeled this last year, and this issue has not been resolved yet, and it's still before the CPUC, which is a requirement that can make us CCAs post a large amount of cash or liquid assets to provider of last resort, which for us is PG&E. And what basically is happening in this proceeding is IOUs, investor-owned utilities like PG&E, are going to the PUC and saying, hey, if CCAs fail and all that load comes back to us, we are going to be we're going to have a liquidity problem because we won't be able to buy power. We won't have the cash to basically go out and buy power in such short amount of time when all these customers come to us. So one of the proposals before the CPUC is a requirement that the CCAs post 2 months of cost of serving the load, which can be for us as high as $80 million. So that can be a significant draw on our liquidity and cash position. In our stress test, we model it at 40 million. Why 40 million? Because if we want to be consistent with the price assumption scenarios, if prices collapse, that requirement will go down as well. And then the other risk we monitor is counterparty collateral posting requirements. This is a requirement our counterparties have to provide credit support for them. So when we enter into power purchase agreements, the counterparties basically, as we do to them and they do to us, we assess our risk to each other. We basically say if prices go up, will the counterparty perform their obligation? And if prices come down, the counterparty in turn is saying, hey, will SVC be able to honor their commitment at the higher price than the prevailing market price? And after certain thresholds, negotiated thresholds are reached, we have to post collateral, basically cash or letters of credit. So that's a draw on our liquidity position. So we want to manage and assess in this scenario what a large draw of cash could be in that case. And the other element is the mark-to-market loss on investments. We've invested our cash, and if we had to suddenly draw on it, could there be a loss because of the timing at which we're pulling the investments? This is not actually much of a risk because we are very conservative in the way we're managing our cash. We talked about this in the October meeting when the board authorized the new investment strategy. And it's a risk that's actually negatively correlated in the sense that when an economic recession happens, most of our investments follow a government code which very basically restricts where we can invest cash in safe deposit areas. So most of them are in fixed income securities, and if there's an economic recession, the Fed usually drops interest rates, which means the bond prices would go up. So it actually would be more of a favorable outcome for us in this case. Okay, feel free to ask any questions because a lot of these can be technical. We'll go to the next slide. So the price that we're modeling, I said we'll go to the 1 percentile level. How does that look? If you look at this chart, you can see in the past 15 to 18 months, you can see a significant rise in market prices. And these are forward prices. In other words, for future delivery of energy where the prices are trading right now. So it's not a forecast of future prices. It's basically where the market is trading right now it's the market price if you wanted to contract for future delivery of energy right now. These prices can go up and down, and the trend recently has been a significant increase. What if they were to suddenly reverse trend and come down? So the prices, the 1 percentile level prices we've modeled, if you look at those on the right side of the chart here, they're not that far off from where prices were, in near past, as in like 15 or 18 months ago. These were where prices were, so they can easily revert back to those levels. So these are, as I say, these are extreme, but very plausible, and that can happen. And we'll go to the next slide where I'll show. You can look at the history and you can see that this has happened. If you look at, this is natural gas prices, but this is, natural gas basically sets the price of electricity on the margin. So if I were to plot electricity prices, it'll look very similar, it's just the unit will be different. You can see during the financial crisis, in a very short amount of time, prices came down, forward prices came down 70%. And we're talking about a 44% drop. So we've seen scenarios like this, and we've seen more extreme scenarios than what we're modeling. Okay, I'll go to the next slide. So what does this mean? So when we modeled these stress prices, we basically see there would be a significant draw on our reserves. A little bit about the base case, and some of these numbers are in the appendix, and I'm not necessarily want to go through these base case numbers because they look very good with the assumptions that we've made. And these assumptions are relevant in the context of the stress test, so that we can make, you know, from a modeling perspective, assumptions that are meaningful when we model the stress test relative to the base case. So base case would show that our projections look very good, but there's a lot of uncertainty out there. You cannot bank on those numbers. They're based on prices today. Prices can change on a dime, and those numbers will change. And that's where the stress and the risk management comes in. And then there are a lot of caveats that I've listed on the slide that should be taken into account when you read these numbers. But what's important is the delta between the stress case we model and the base case. And if you look at the stress case and the numbers we're showing there, that's the projected days cash on hand. And on average, our burn rate is about $1 million a day. So they translate to actually what the reserve levels would be as well, because so instead of 41 in 2025, fiscal year ending 2025, you can say, I'm saying, if the stress test were to occur, we'd be left with about 41 days of cash on hand, which is equivalent to close to about 41 million in reserves. And that's a pull of about 185 million. And what we want to target that within a 2-year fiscal period, we don't go below 120 days of cash on hand. And there's good reasons for that. More emphasis on 2 years because of the way the PG&E's rates work, the way the PCIA works. You know, when the PG&E sets, when the CPUC approves the PCIA rates for 1 year, it's not guaranteed even for that year because there's a true-up, there's a balancing account mechanism, so that even though you could have a good margin in 1 year, the next year you could be giving some of that margin back because of the balancing account mechanism and the way the PCIA works. So that's why there's more emphasis in the 2-year time period. So as the numbers show that if the stress tests were to occur, we could be in a position that by 2026 we would run out of cash. So what we want to do when we set reserve targets is we want to set reserve targets such that we are in a position that if the stress test were to occur, you know, between 2 fiscal years we don't drop below 120 days of cash on hand, and the latter 3 years of the 5-year period, planning period, we don't drop below 90 days of cash on hand. You know, we want to have extra emphasis on the 2-year horizon, but we also want to look out 5 years and not just a short time period. Any questions so far? And I'll go to the next slide. So then it comes to how we set the reserve target levels. And this is the approach we used last year, and we're going to use the same approach this year, which is what should we build the reserve levels to, the target level. And I'm showing the illustrative target right now, if I were to use this results that I've modeled here, which says build reserves to 270 days of cash on hand, which means if we build to that level and we have the stress test occur, then we would go down, assuming we maintain our discount at 1% to PG&E rates, we would go down to 120 days of cash on hand under a stress scenario situation. So this says target to build reserves to that level. And the upper target there is is looking at the 5-year period. If the stress test conditions were to occur, we want to make sure that over the 5-year period, we don't go below 90 days of cash on hand. So that's how these targets are derived. These are illustrative numbers because I want to, at this meeting, go through the methodology. And then when we do the budget numbers in July, we will update the numbers. We're doing preliminary set of numbers right now, and we're going to update those numbers, and I'll talk about budget in the next slide, next presentation as well. We will refresh these numbers so that they're consistent with the numbers we use to set the budget, and we'll come up with a new set of numbers, and we'll use that to base our recommendation when we come to the board and we do a preview of the budget in August. So that we can get the board's feedback at that point, and so that the budget and the reserve targets are ready for approval in September, before our fiscal year begins in October. Okay.
Did you have one first? Let's go with Vice Chair. Walia.
Amrit, thank you. Just a quick question. I'm a little confused here. So with the idea of the possibility of market prices dropping, the current targets versus the new illustrative targets, and I understand it'll change with budget, why is there a drop in the goal and the upper from 285 to 270 and 490 to 390? I'm thinking, has the situation improved? It shouldn't be.
It's basically where we see the prices today than what we modeled last year. And there's couple of metrics there. So I wouldn't read too much into this, and we're still going to discuss internally if the numbers were to come up, would we recommend a drop, or would we say it's within the same band, let's stay with it? And that's a discussion we're going to have internally. But these numbers, they're sensitive to the way we model. So there will be movements, and prices are not static. So one reason is the prices are different, and then the volatility measure. Because as I said, we took the 1 percentile level. When the volatility measure moves, and that can change the distribution, and therefore where the 1 percentile comes in at. And when I do this in July, these numbers will change. And we're going to give some more thought about how confident we are in those distributions. And a lot of these we use Ascend Analytics in the way they build their distribution. So there are some mathematical, statistical modeling assumptions that go into this. We'll give some thought to that. They're in the ballpark. Whether we'll show you what this methodology, what the numbers come in at, and then we'll have a discussion whether we should just blindly go with the model results, or we should stay within the band we're at.
Okay, thank you. It was just a surprise to me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Makachok.
I appreciate the perspective of looking at a collapse in prices, and it would be horrible to have entered into purchase agreements at a high price with the market price being a low price. And it makes me wonder, as I'm listening to this, what happens to PG&E, SoCal Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric if there is a price collapse? I mean, what's going to happen to them? And what are our peers going to be doing? So, don't want you to spend a lot of time on that, but just like in that scenario, what would we see the landscape being?
So we do model that. So that's what's modeled here. So if you remember, the risk we're modeling here is the revenue risk, which is the rate we can charge, and revenues are a function of market prices. And there's two reasons they're a function of market prices. One is the way we set our rates, and I'll go through that in the next presentation. We target to stay competitive to PG&E, and we've been in good position since our inception to be at a discount to PG&E. So we target to be below PG&E, so it matters where PG&E comes in. And then we also look at the PCIA, right? because our customers have to pay PCIA. So net of PCIA, we want our customers to be better than if they were with PG&E. So in this modeling, we use a good model, a Cal CCA NewGen consulting model, to model PG&E rates to the best ability we can with publicly available data, and we model PCIA. So we take into the account where those numbers would be and the impact it has on us in our revenue with the methodology we have of setting rates.
Sorry, I had forgotten about how the PCIA protects PG&E.
Yeah,
and I'm sorry, it just dawned on me that that's something that they don't have that we or our customers would bear, and that would I understand now.
Yeah, and PG&E, I mean, we are sort of like a more startup business, like a business, right? We run out of revenues. We don't have the balance sheet. We can go out of business. PG&E is not going to go out of business. They have a balancing account, so they don't make money on the commodity piece. They don't lose money. And when I say make money, that means on the buying and selling. To the extent they generate, they get an authorized rate of return on capital invested, but ignoring that. So they have a balancing account. They can go to the PUC, says my costs were higher than what we set in rates last year. Let's increase rate this year to cover for last year. And same happens if it goes the other way. So they're protected. We don't have that. We have our reserves, our balance sheet. Basically, reserves is our balance sheet. So we have to have that to protect us, or we go out of business. We don't have the balancing account mechanism. We can't say to the customer, hey, we charged you low last year. We're going to charge you higher last year. They're going to say, no, we're going to go to PG&E. They're lower this year.
Thank you.
Okay, this is going to get a little wonky here. Did I hear from your previous slide that this was a 1 percentile chance?
From a modeling perspective.
So are you telling me that it's a 3 standard deviation kind of scenario?
2 point something.
Okay. Because, you know, statistical process control will say you've got, say, your X bar and R charts on 95% or 2 standard deviations. So was that too wonky? Well, so is this a really strict way of looking at it? On the other hand, all those things only apply when there's a normal distribution anyway.
It's not. It's a standard metric used in risk. It's usually within 5 percentile to 1 percentile levels. But as I said, there are a lot of strong assumptions that go into modeling a distribution of prices. You know, which is prices behave normally. Anyways, I can go into a lot of financial theory on this, but those are strong assumptions. As I said, they miss disruptions in market, right? Just like interest rate variability, you know, wiped out Silicon Valley Bank. As I showed in the one of the slides, in the energy crisis, in the financial crisis, none of those models were predicting the 1 percentile drop to the 70% drop that occurred. There was like many standard deviations away, and then the 1 percentile. So there's a lot of inherent weaknesses in the way we build those distributions. Okay. And so we can't just say, you know, that's why we do the stress tests. We say, what are some of the extreme events that can occur? I can go more extreme than 1 percentile, and that's one of the reasons I said we're going to have some discussions if the numbers imply too lower of a target, because there's inherent weaknesses in modeling. Rather than 1 percentile, I could have just said, let's use the percentage drop we saw in the financial crisis. Let's use that, and that would have come up with much larger set of numbers. But that I can easily explain a rationale for doing so, because that's been experienced in the past. So
thank you.
There are a lot of weaknesses in price distribution building, so it's not as precise as some of the other processes.
I see there's a lot behind the scenes. Do we have any other comments? Director Scozola?
All right, thank you. Yeah, I know I mentioned it before, but I really appreciate seeing such an emphasis on having high reserve targets. I mean, I've lived through enough boom and bust cycles, and oh, my knees are aching. I feel another recession is coming, and so having as high as possible reserve targets, I think that's just wise, and so I'm really happy with seeing that emphasized. Thank you.
Let's see if we have any public comment. Or were you not done?
I'm done. This
Sorry.
is just the next step, which I've already talked about.
Was I signaling? I don't know. Let me see if we have any public comment. I don't see any in the room. And do we have any online? No, we do not. Well, thank you very much for that. That's really quite reassuring. And when you have a risk presentation, I don't expect to get reassured, but your answers reassured me. With that, let's move on to item number 5, which is the budget framework, and it looks like Amrit is still with us.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the budget framework, and again, we've gone through this with the Finance Committee and the Executive Committee. So this is not the budget, and we'll go to the next slide. So at this point, we're basically presenting some of the assumptions and methodologies that we're using to develop the budget, and right now we're computing preliminary set of numbers that I'm hoping we can share with the Executive Committee next week. So at this point, I'm asking the board for any feedback on the principles and assumptions. The final numbers, we will refresh them in July. We want it to be as close to the approval date, which is September, because of the volatility in prices. And the methodology I'm presenting, we may tweak them if the results are if we find some oddness in the way the results come out. But that's a footnote I'm making here. I don't expect any, but with numbers, strange things can happen, so I'm reserving that by putting this footnote. So main areas of discussion that I'm going to go through in the budget framework, I'm going to talk about revenue modeling, and I've already alluded to that in the stress test about the risks of revenues, and I'll talk a little bit about that, the PCIA and PG&E generation rate. The reserve targets, we talked about that, so it'll be just about how we use the stress test. And then I'll talk about some of the balancing act that the board has to do. With the numbers that will come out, the board will basically have to decide what the customer discount rate should be. How much should we set aside additional beyond the 2% of revenues that we set aside each year for programs, if any additional funding should be set aside? And how much should we set aside for reserves for the risks that we just talked about in the stress test analysis? So just want to frame that. And we'll talk about power supply costs. And obviously this is the biggest cost we have in our portfolio, which is highly volatile. And then I'll talk about some of the other cost drivers. One of the things we're looking at is it the right time for us to basically buy an office space as opposed to continue to lease an office space, given that we're maturing out of the startup phase, and we know we're here for a long time. We've got commitments that are on our books that are for a long time, and what makes financial sense. So I'll talk a little bit about that, and want to definitely get feedback, and we'll take those feedback in the way we'll build the budget. So we'll go to the next slide. So a little bit about the timeline. So we started the framework discussion we had with the Finance Committee in May, and with the Exec Committee in June. We're having the discussion with the board now. What will happen next is we will develop the budget. We will bring a draft budget to the Finance Committee in August. We won't have much time between the August meeting with the Finance Committee and the presentation we make to the board, because there's just not enough time in that with the time the materials get posted. But we'll do our best to incorporate Finance Committee feedback, or we'll share that feedback that we get with the board at the August meeting. And what we want to do in the August meeting is basically present the budget, get all your substantial feedback on the budget, and then in August we'll incorporate that, so that when we come back to the board in September, it's a short meeting and the board is ready to approve the budget. and we have an approved budget when we start our fiscal year in October. And as we do every year, we will we'll have a refresh of the budget in March. You know, we call it the budget adjustment. It's very important for us because we deal with a very volatile commodity, energy prices. So we have to look at budgets frequently, and we're actually going to propose, there'll be another look in the late in the fall and close to December timeframe, and I'll talk about that. Something similar to what we did last year. Good. Okay, so the revenue forecasting. So revenue is price times quantity, right? The quantity is really not much of at question here. Load is going up, but those really, in a given 1 year to next year, load doesn't change that much. So when we talk about revenue uncertainty, we're really talking about rate. You know, what rate can we charge our customers? And there, with our methodology that we have, we want to be competitive to PG&E, as we talked about earlier. So we want, the blue box is what we can charge, you know, offsetting the PCIA so that our customers' rate is competitive relative to the rate we charge our customers is competitive relative to PG&E's rates, and they can get the targeted discount. So obviously, if the PCIA, the orange box goes up, the blue box shrinks. If the PG&E rate, the black line there comes down, the blue box, which is the only thing we can control, shrinks, right? And that's a risk we talked about in the stress test that we're modeling, where we have a lot of revenue uncertainty driven by market prices. So market prices is basically what's going to dictate where that blue box comes in, because market prices will affect where PG&E sets its rates and where PCIA gets set. Now, the first look at that we get as to what the 2024 rates will be is in mid-May. PG&E issued its preliminary forecast for what PCIA and PG&E's generation rate will be. The number that they came up with looks very good. So based on those numbers, next year looks good, if we were to believe in those numbers. PCIA actually goes negative for us. Their generation rate increases slightly, but the drop in PCIA actually makes it in a situation there we can actually lower our customers' rates, but our margin actually improves because of the negative PCIA. But unfortunately, the market conditions have changed already. So when PG&E did their estimates, they did it in the end of March timeframe when market prices were quite high. Since then, prices have come down quite a bit, more than 12, somewhere around 12% on average. So when we model using the new gen model, we're showing that if we were to stick with our 4% discount on an annual basis, we're looking at 14 to 19% drop in revenues. And that's as of mid-May when we modeled it, which is the time when PG&E issued its forecast. The forecast was already outdated the day they issued it. And that's because, we're dealing with a very volatile commodity. Now, PG&E will update this forecast in fall, basically in the October timeframe. And if the CPUC sticks with their schedule, based on their filing, they will issue a final rate, approve PG&E's tariffs in their last meeting in December. So what we're recommending is we do what we did last year, which is we hold off on major additional expenditure discussions, major decisions on additional customer discounts until we get to that late in fall. We'll basically come back to the board like we did last year and we say, looks like PG&E's rates are going to come in at this level, PCIA will be at this level. Based on that, what should our targeted discount rate be? What should our additional expenditures be in programs? Let's wait till that decision time frame. And it really has no consequence to us. We're going to recommend, I'm covering many slides now in this one slide, so I'm giving preview of some of the other slides to come as well. Basically, we're going to recommend that we stick with the current 4% discount till the end of this year, so don't change rates right now, or our targeted discount rate, because this year's financials look good. But for deciding the rate in 2020, customer discount rate for 2024, let's hold on till we get to that November-December timeframe when we have more certainty on where the PG&E rates will come in, and we can then make decision on any additional discount. We can agree on a preliminary discount level, which will look at the budget numbers. It will probably be 1 or 2%, and if we have opportunity to increase that, let's have that discussion in the November-December timeframe. Okay. So we're going to use new gen model we used last year. The model is very good. We're going to calibrate that model. We're going to make a 10% downward adjustment for modeling error, and we went through the reasons for that in the Finance and Exec Committee meetings. It's something we did last year. It is basically we used the model to calibrate to the results we got with the May PG&E rate to see, what's the modeling error. So we want to account for some uncertainty due to modeling error there is basically what we're doing. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So the reserve targets, I won't spend a lot of time on this because we just talked about that. So during the budget time frame, we're going to update our reserve targets as we talked about. We're going to use the stress test methodology we went through. We're going to refresh that with the same set of market prices we're using to develop the budget, and we'll come back to the board with a recommendation as to where the reserve targets will be. And we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so this is, I covered this a little bit earlier. So depending on where the numbers are, the board will have to balance between building reserves, additional program spending, and additional customer discount. So again, we want to provide a competitively priced, high-valued product, 100% clean energy. We are a cost-of-service-based organization. We're a nonprofit organization. The funds we don't need for operations, we flow back to our customers in the form of discounts, right? But what does the cost of service include? Cost of service includes cost of obviously covering our operations, meeting our reserve targets so that we can withstand the risks that we talked about in the stress tests, and we're around as an organization so that an event like that doesn't wipe us out. And then we're able to fund our decarbonization programs and serve our mission. So that's what we're basically doing in the way we manage our finances. So we will come back with some recommendations, and the programs group, Justin, has put some packages together as to what some of the programs, additional programs that we could offer, and we'll probably go through that discussion towards the end of the year. We'll preview that with the EC. But again, we don't have to make those decisions because the programs right now is very well funded, and we don't need to make those additional decisions now until later in the year. Because we don't have actually, we're at capacity right now with the implementation that we've undertaken. Okay. On the power supply side, again, this is bulk of our expenses, greater than 90%. Very volatile, just as prices affect revenue sides. Obviously, they have a one-to-one correlation with where the power supply expenses come in, one-to-one to the extent of our open position. We are fairly well hedged, so we locked in prices, currently 85% hedged, so 50% still exposed to market prices. There are uncertainties out there with RA prices being high, with contract delays and potential for renegotiations. But at this point, we don't see any reason to change our procurement strategy. So we're saying, there's no reason to revisit that strategy. So we'll stay the course with the procurement plan that Monica and the team are pursuing. So at the budget time, we'll basically use the market data prices to basically value our power procurement portfolio, and that will be the projected cost. And again, it's a snapshot at the time we do the budget, right? Because again, we look at where market prices are trading at the time we do the budget, and that's where we forecast. And the day after we do the analysis, it's already a little bit outdated because prices have moved. But that's why we have reserves for uncertainty, the risk, and that's why we revisit the budget, the frequencies we revisit at least a mini refresh in the fall and a full-blown adjustment for major categories in the media budget adjustment in March. Next. So the other costs, we are also going to come back with some staffing recommendations. As an organization, we're growing. So last fiscal year, we added 10 new positions. We've hired 13 new staff members. We have currently 4 remaining vacancies and about to increase to 6 with some recent announcements. We're going to come back with some recommendations for adjustments of salaries to make sure we stay competitive with other players in our industry and other CCAs. We're going to make a recommendation for adjustment for cost of living, adjustment for merit. We are going to ask for additional headcount. Our programs is growing, and to fully utilize the funds and to further advance in our mission, we're at least going to need 2 to 3 more staff at a minimum. We'll have better recommendation next week for the exec committee. And then we're going to need some marketing folks to basically market those programs. And then we're going to need some people in our procurement area. We're looking at some people in finance. We probably reached the time where we should have a dedicated focus on HR role. And we probably will need another financial analyst. So we're pulling that plan together, and we're going to share some details with the exec committee next week. Okay. So coming back to the office space, we've been leasing our office space. We're currently close to 8,000 square feet. Our lease runs through September of 2025. It takes time to make this buy versus lease decision, so we want to start now is a good time. There may be some attractive opportunities in the marketplace given softening of commercial real estate. So we think this is the right time frame. We should be looking at that. Obviously, we're going to be around as an organization. We have commitments on our book that go out to 20, 30 years. So it's basically good financial stewardship to basically look at what's economical for us on a long-term basis. We did some preliminary analysis that shows that we could basically get, break even within 10-year period. But we'll do more detailed analysis on this. But we want to run this idea by the board, get feedback, and based on that feedback, we will adjust our budget. We're thinking setting aside something like $20 million as a fund transfer to a building fund. We're asking that there be an ad hoc committee with board members who can advise us as we build this as we make this decision on lease versus buy. And we want to look at a space that basically can support where the organization is right now in our hybrid work style, which is more collaborative work style. We want to have some room for maybe some customer activities. We have to give some of that thought. So there will be some design things that we will have to go consider that can basically, help us function better as an organization and maybe also be a better demo center maybe for our customers as well. So we wanted to bring this topic in this framework discussion so we can get early feedback from the board members. And go to the next slide. This is the last slide. This is just a summary slide. Again, we're going to come back with detailed numbers to the board in August, incorporate your feedback. At that point, we'll ask you to make some trade-off decisions. Again, you don't have to make hard numbers now. We'll make those later in the year when there's more certainty on PG&E rates. But we'll float some of these numbers. We'll want approval on staffing levels, approval on employee cost of living and merit adjustments, and a decision on setting aside funding for building space. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
All right, thank you, Amrit. Was that a question?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Director Klein, please.
Yeah, so not specifically to the budget, and I understand where you're working from as far as that standpoint, but a lot of this, and as we talk about discounts, and I think one of the good things we did this year was the 4% discount and trying to get more people to conceivably come to SVCE if they're not already there. And one of the things that PG&E has just currently proposed, and this is in relationship to the AB 205 trailer bill that went through kind of quietly last year, and now we're looking at the repercussions, is the fixed income for distribution. Now, at least from a PG&E standpoint, they're saying that residential rates will actually go down whenever that's implemented, and it's, you know, and it's actually, and I don't know if it's an apples to apples rate change for us, and you know, it's still, there's a lot of, let's say, murk around the whole proposal, what the CPUC will say, and whether or not the legislature will come back and take a look at it from that standpoint. But as we're in, conceivably whatever would happen wouldn't happen until 2024, 2025 budget. That being said, would any possible rate decrease from a PG&E standpoint, and this kind of goes back to, you know, what our previous discussion on what might happen, would any dramatic rate increase from PG&E change, and I understand we're talking about a year ahead, would it change our vision of what we would be doing?
So I'll take a shot at it. PG&Es, PG&E gets a certain pot of dollars that they have to collect to cover their cost, procurement costs. So those dollars should not change. It's a shifting of those dollars between fixed charges and variable charges. So when they say rates are not going to change, on average they should not change because they have to collect the same amount of dollars. Now there will be winners and losers within the customer. On average, it's not going to change, and the way they're designing it based on legislation is it favors the lower income customers,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if they're winning, someone else is losing. So higher income customers are obviously would be paying more so that PG&E can collect the same pot of dollars. The way the proposal right now is, it seems to be on the transmission and distribution side. We're going to monitor to see if there's on generation. So hopefully generation side is not impacted, which means you know, our rates could continue to mirror the way it is right now to be comparable to PG&E's. So on average, you know, that's what would happen. But there are some other implications we have to think through. You know, what does it mean for electrification? And could this promote the goal of electrification where the variable cost comes down? And there may be some good impacts there that we want to think through.
Yeah, really nothing more to add. I think this is an initiative that we need to look at more. I think what you were hinting at was longer term, right?
Right.
It may not impact this year's budget, which is up, but what do we think about it longer term? I think there's quite a bit of concern about this because it didn't go through the whole policy kind of gamut. So, yeah, so I don't think the story is completely written on this yet.
No, and I agree. It's just I've seen, and in looking at the proposal, it's like, oh yeah, it's supposed to be completely on transmission and distribution, and then I see all the rates will go down, and if we're, you know, if we're looking at what we, you know, how we're doing the respective rates and those discounts to certain customers, that's my only worry. And you know, I understand it's supposed to be a flat, okay, it's just moving money around and conceivably charging certain customers more, but there seems to be a little bit more to that, at least the way PG&E's kind of highlighting what they're trying to do. So I don't see it as a critical, okay, we need to do something for this year's budget. That being said, I do worry about where we might be a year from now, depending upon where all this, to me, it'll be positive from PG&E in any way. That it's like they'll move things to fixed. Conceivably, they lower the kilowatt hour delivery, and we have to catch up, and it basically pings all the CCAs because they've played a little fast and loose with the numbers of what's really fixed. And that's my only, I'm raising that as a future issue, and I'm sure staff is, directly following what's going on from that standpoint, but it does play with how much money conceivably we have in reserves a year and a half from now or 2 years from now, if in case we have to respond to, let's say, a PG&E operation that we can't quickly respond to.
Yeah, definitely we will monitor that, and we have teams monitoring that, but we'll make sure that things stay in the right bucket.
Yeah.
Things don't get moved into generation that don't belong there, or taken out of generation more so.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Director Klein, I think you're suggesting that he adds legislation to the stress testing because it's not complicated enough already.
It's in there.
If we could have a crystal ball figuring out what legislation might be there, it would be useful, but we don't know.
That's right. Do we have any other comments or questions? I do not see any here. I do not see any online. Do we have any public comment? I don't see any here nor online. So thank you very much for that presentation. And there's certainly a ton for us to think about. So with that, let's move on to any board member announcements and direction on future agenda items. Do we have any suggestions?
Not a suggestion, but I would like to, since we talked earlier about the visit last week to the geothermal plant, which I hear was fabulous, I'd like to mention something that I got the opportunity to attend. I know Director Mohan was there with me as well, and a few other council members from our county. So this was the Silicon Valley Leadership Group's Energy Summit last Thursday, and I had attended last year as well. I found there was a different energy, perhaps because we are, well, pun unintended, really. Maybe we are coming out of COVID, and so this was different. But one of the, and this is intended, the really energetic presence was of the U.S. Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm. She was there in person, and she talked about what's happening at the federal level. And she was followed by the US EPA Administrator, Michael Reagan, and both of them, the moderator was SVLG CEO, Emmett Thomas, and it was really, really, really good. So I just wanted to share that with everyone.
Thank you. Any others? Oh, Director Martinez Beltran, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Carbon Free Mountain View. It's been an absolute honor to serve on this board, and with my colleagues who are currently here and before, I've learned so very much and tried to share as much as I can with my community. And I really appreciate the recognition, as I know they appreciate those who've served and given their time to this organization. It's a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. With that, I'm going to move on to public comment on our closed session. You can see we have a closed session coming up, and I will invite public comment on the items that are listed under that. Do we have any public comment? I do not see any in the room, nor online. And with that, we are now going to retire, is that the right word, to closed session? And then we will return to open session to close the meeting. Thank you. recording again? Boy, look at this red face I've got. Wow. Am I really that red?
No, you're not. I noticed that too. You look really red there, but
Oh, yeah, you're not that red.
Okay. Jeez.
You're tan.
Okay. Thank you. We're returning from closed session. We have nothing to report. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.